They didn't litigate in attorneys tonight? No?
Change over. I must every time there's like this.
I think they are. Like when we were here, and it was not that crazy for mine at all. But like, there's nobody here except for yeah. I know. But they like as soon as they went in, they were like practicing whatever, trying to.
It's possible.
And then there's
like but then in the head it's like I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe this stuff.
There's so many of them. They had all their boxes and so they took them to. And that's kind of where they. I don't think they all. It was like they.
Right, the very thing that you're supposed to do.
Oh yeah. We could hear the like.
So like I always think like wonders people.
Yeah.
Morning. How are you?
They said no computers. No computers.
Yeah, I know.
You guys, what is this over here? Is that for
I'd like give it up to notes.
the guy who's been setting up all morning?
I know he really has just been like taking things out of a very popular
He's done that.
How we felt.
Exactly. It's like or it's not for that, but just like that's what it is.
It's going to be a match. It's going to be
I think they're gonna let him in like he's a year last episode year. And none of the people he was here. Yeah, he was here. But like he entered the back out. Like he just got here super early, they opened the door.
I don't think when.
I know. There was some yeah. Is that just because some other sisters?
You don't take it all for like, you don't so for you say that. And then you look at the school. Oh, that's the school. This is from this like article from like 7 years ago. Are you gonna get someone?
Like no, it should come out and they're like, oh, what did you think of today? Like I need to park. I need to take a picture. And get my water bottle. I'm dying. This all day.
Well, I have a quick car, and I don't want to eat it without
Guys, is that generator?
One of the most interesting things, and I was told from people who again are court reporters and other people, attorneys, when I was in the trial, and again, I don't know what day it was, but
I wouldn't know what to say to this.
was it prior? Honestly, I'll have to look it up.
Community is very interesting.
Yeah, I think they're pretty serious.
Yeah.
I don't even care. I'm not like,
As far as the internet.
Yeah, I would be so.
And like they're all,
There was there was a baby last time with like boxes. They kept falling off. He was very stressed. He was like, I got here early and I can't believe you freaks with me on a Thursday. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He was like,
I get a pass.
Like, no. I don't.
They're not gonna understand.
And then
I don't know. Would you? You're saying
absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't think they're gonna. They will not be asked.
I didn't even consider that intention. I mean, just how
yeah, right. I know. That's so very, very.
and it's not the same. So
I think I think she has a. We were joking it's like all these like strict runs in yard, but I think she also is acutely aware. Yeah.
how old is she?
It's really hard to actually.
She said it. She's 4. She's 4.5 maybe.
Good surfer.
Yeah, she
They're surfing. Yeah, they're actually surfing.
yeah, she's like, I can function. Yeah, so my daily review. She was like, I'll take out my
So like, so then I'll just be like, try to figure it out.
She was like, I'm not
from
very
Yeah.
It's like dividing things, just like,
But she's not
just like say this, that.
Yeah, no, I think she's.
I can imagine
Maybe it's I mean, maybe not.
well, she has special
Discern what's relevant.
She's crazy. Epic Games was hers, I think.
What was?
Epic Games, it like
Or like board games. Honestly, that's like and then you go on Reddit and then you can see what the Reddit comments about this like specific question. It's like, okay, like you know, you and your friends can sit there together.
Oh, that's what I
I think we can make this the house rule.
yeah, that makes sense.
Oh. But I also feel like I feel like you just got really strong feelings about
Yeah, that
You know, like it's just and even on online stuff, there's just like
yeah, she does.
people will use it as an opportunity to say stuff. I'm sure.
like so. If that's the common response for everybody, why
I
would we
think she
assume
believes
that's going to
she
be?
believes in this process.
Yeah.
She wants to protect the jury, and that's why she's so upset about students in the room. But I think she's always to attract a concern how
I do think
I think she's
it's a lot easier.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think most people, if she can believe her film, I know she's
It's like,
yeah.
I mean, how
it never worked before. This is like all very complicated. Everybody else is probably looking at me.
And paying attention and not going to the stuff that say, like,
maybe not this
You
per
can have this
se,
thing
but
generate me a will like that. You know what I mean?
or people
And it's
like
like-
I think it works like I feel this.
Yeah, they'd like send us stuff from Tragic. They'd be like, oh, I got this email from school.
Yeah.
And this is what I got out. And say this. Me and my caseworker would be like,
What did they say? What were the things?
I think it was just like for like your kids' because a lot of it's like
she knows.
for like D&D. Yeah.
Do you need my help in there?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Get you guys in.
Okay, are you guys waiting in line for public speaking? Okay. So just remember the protocol for courtroom is no
Right here,
no
please.
recording, no photos,
Yeah, you show your
cell
ID.
phones are silent, no eating, drinking, and that's
check
But I'll send you an email.
And by the way, did they felt I think they felt like the rally
That's where the stuff was like.
Nah, I don't. It was. Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's insane.
More big news was
The whole generation. The retention. The ability to like hold all of that in their head.
That's good.
Do you think that's real?
I feel like, I mean, like, I think they consider like social content. There's a study to raise your attention.
like, why is it not?
In every
I have a question. I have a question before why is it so hard for my phone to true silent? Exactly. I think they moved it to like accessibility. And I'm like, why would it keep it? Or like, it'll choose and show it.
That's focus midday. And it means only a month.
The way that I'm like, get myself.
Thank God, but don't ever do that against SpongeBob.
Yeah. But now I'm like, maybe it's longer. Yeah, but I guess maybe that could be the opposite, where it's like actually, yeah, like the fact that SpongeBob is made into the realm of like this like amazing, you know, you can just watch the whole form. Yeah, where it's like, like actually maybe it is worth being learned.
She like, is she gonna marry a fox?
Oh, if that's not.
Yeah. It's like parents were concerned about it. And now I'm like, this show is so good. It's beautiful.
Well,
You know, it's like a little. Yeah,
just a little. 11 minutes.
8 minutes.
I have to do like,
Put on the 2 extra.
Yeah, 2 extra.
That's true. I guess like, I didn't think about how the
So I said it's a little.
My favorite thing about
Men's shoes usually make it, so sure.
They made it so far. Yeah, so far they made it. It's not gonna work.
When are you going to start with it? Yeah, I know you never know. David, just wait right here for me, please. Once I clear out. Yeah. All right. You guys can't block the jury entrance. You gotta leave that open. Miss Connie, how are you today? Right here for me. We'll sit clear out and step aside.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're the last one in the group here from me. Double check it. Yeah. Who's next? Laura?
Yeah. I can text you.
Who's next?
No. No. It's like a mile away. Supposedly it's like
Any press going to come in?
I don't want to have a reaction.
Two more counsel? Okay, these two get training.
Yes. Five.
Right here. Actually, you're ready to go. Just wait right here. Public one. How are you today? You've been waiting a long time. You're the first one here. Here, Emily. Just wait right here. Good morning. You know where to go up to the fourth floor? Good morning. You'll be on the right hand side. How are you?
Ready?
You ready? Good. You're out here socializing. Yeah, it was way better than last time. You guys getting stuck in it. Next public. That's right, you handy. This is way better than the last one. This is like half this. You want to start on that tray on the end line there? Make sure anything electronic in your bag is not laptop, charging port, wire, keys will have to, or keep this Next public? You're not coming in anytime soon, are you?
No.
ID. Driver's license. Passport. We're right here. Once he calls you in, go get you.
Okay, do I need to pick up my bill?
Yeah, belt. Yeah, anything electronic in the back is actually flat digit. Wire, that includes wires, chargers, portable mouse, anything like that. Laptop. Just flat digit. Back and go box. Just double check the positivity. Oh, you do? Okay, on your knee or something? Okay, so your shoes will have to come off because they have to run off. So just tell them when you come in, you got the belt.
No, that's fine.
You can go there. Start with the pin on the left.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. Dorothy, you want to come in? How are you today? You're not limping anymore. No cane. Good for you. You healed.
Those cushions are amazing. I like to fly with them.
There you go. There you go. Hey, how are you? Yeah, they've already given out stickers. Yeah, they've already given out stickers. Yeah. Are you public, right? What are you public? Oh, media. Did you get a pass? Okay, so now you have to wait in line. Yeah. But, well, she's already gone. You have to go, once you come in through the line, you can go up and ask her a question. I can't call her down here.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
You know, you have to have ID. Yeah, you have to.
So if I have one of these, can I go back and come back?
Yeah, you can, as long as you have that. And just go get it. Yeah, we'll let you in if you have your actual passport or car. Do you have any other form of ID that's government issued? Driver's license, passport. Just passport, driver's license, and ID card. Yeah, you have to bring it. But you can come back. As long as you have the stickers. Exactly.
Hey, Hal. Yeah, anytime you just come right up. Okay? Let them know you're adjourned.
Busy. Go ahead and start editing what you got.
What?
You gotta be
Oh, okay. And you'll get Bob Bonta?
yeah. Evan is going to be doing it more live. It takes the best of your stuff.
Oh, sure. I should just massive it. I should just send it massive. Or just send a sequence.
A sequence, the best of stuff that you got.
Hello, definitely.
So public.
Dude, the security just walked out. Yeah.
Is that Bronson who just arrived?
Have a good day.
Still has to go through security.
They just walk in and
Did I miss it?
He says it just walked the perimeter. It looked like it could have been Bronson. Possibly, but if they're walking the perimeter, they'd be coming around on this side. If you get a nice clean sequence, it's a clean focus shot. Yeah. It's part of arrivals.
charge it with wires all come out. Anything electronic basically comes out straight to black. You can start on that bin on the road down there. And once she gets in and they start clearing out, you can sit there. Going out. 2 more. How are you today? Michelle, we're going to hear her podcast is ready. I have it. Dave? For your juror,
So that I was like,
Jaden, come in here. I tried. Just go there. Remember electronics on the outside.
Oh, really? Okay. She's all there. I was going to say, I thought I did that. Well, they are as it's a 3-letter. Use my middle name. First? So they are. And I did that before. So I there's the parallel to me. Yeah, you have to add it. Recto, maybe I said so I think I would be yeah. But I did you guys have I feel like fine, but I was very honest. Yes. Yes. I was very honest about not being able to I applied for and I think there's just going to be a lot.
Yeah, it was like, yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah, that's what I was. You're absolutely scrapped. That makes sense.
I would also be
Bobby can cover. No problem.
This is the piece of the acronym. Yeah. Pay attention now. You can hear these acronyms. I would have stayed out. Yeah. They don't want that's good. You have to admit, one time.
Oh, we have one for my son. Yeah.
Yours is easy, you don't have much stuff. Two more? And I'm gonna have you two wait, you're over here for me. Just you guys right there. Hey guys, how are you? Make sure everything in the pockets come out. Anything electronic, laptop, charger, wire, and back of it. And if you guys are ready, come on up. Start right down there. Anything electronic that comes outside the bag, charging cords, wires, stuff like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
You guys got to click the entrance open. Two public, come on, two. How are you? You guys get stickers or they already? Okay. Okay. Yeah, really. Okay. Go sit inside there, please. Or you want some stuff inside? Morning.
What you guys are gonna have to clear when he's got public coming through, you guys gotta keep this clear. It's gotta stay clear, all right?
You guys press?
Yeah.
What do you have? Public, did I call any public up? Did anybody hear me call public up? Don't come up until I call you, okay? So no, I didn't call. I called two people come up. Are you pressing me? Media. Media, okay.
Wow, that's good.
You sure you're media? Do you have a press pass? Just wait right here, don't go in there. Don't clear it out. You guys are just public, right? You're public. Okay, I'll come in a minute. Right. You have your ID? I need to see ID too.
We got one that,
Thank you. Here, Isaiah. Just wait right here. I'll kind of tell you.
this guy has.
I thought you said the big guy was
So media people, if you need to come in, like tomorrow or whatever days you come in a little earlier. Get in. Because there's a big gap where you guys could come in way earlier. So, like, we open at 7. And then there was, some lawyers came in, but there was a 10-minute gap where hardly anybody. You guys all could have come in. Well, so if you guys are media and you're not, you don't have a pass. Yeah, but you have a pass. Okay, so you do got to wait. You have to wait. Okay. But if you had a pass for ahead of time, because they have a seating for public, seating for media.
I couldn't get my bosses to get me 6 coverage. Free media? No.
Yeah, Mia, do you have a pass with clerks?
But you're saying 7 a.m.
You already, with the clerks, you're cleared with the clerks?
Yes.
All right. I'm serious, they drive ID too. Yeah, you can come, okay. That's okay. Here, Jordan. And just wait right here.
Steady.
Oh, not yet. Wait till they clear out.
My hand steady.
This is bad like the other one.
Sir, here's my ID.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Do you have to have it with you?
Doing the lips.
Or do you have a card with you? No, okay.
Yes, you like know everybody.
No, your driver's license or passport, whatever you have. Are you media? Or your, oh, you're jury. Sorry. Just wait right there before you forget. This, I'm going to have you step up. Where's your driver's license? You got a driver's license? Well, you like, it has to be a government ID. You're cleared with the court clerks?
Yes, yes.
You too. This guy here. Oh, you're Bloomberg. Okay, that's right. You already checked you. If you're ready, you can send it. You've got your ID. Just have for next time. Just have your ID ready. Get ready. Did you take it? Remember electronic open outside the bag, like flat bid? Yeah. Parking store provider, stuff like that. Shoes should be good. I don't think she's covered.
Okay, so they do this. Just his back. But then he like walks over. You have enough video to watch.
Is that not?
Just wait right over here.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I came back.
Jose, she's gonna put her shoes on the conveyor. Okay, no problem.
You just wait there. Just wait right here.
Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Try those shoes. I'm not sure. Give it a try. And once they're cleared out, Two more, public. How are you? You can go ahead and come. Hi, how are you? And you want to sit beside her? Two more. Oh, yeah. And wait right here, don't leave. Okay. How are you, miss?
How's it going, man? Good. Here we are.
And then just got it so you guys know electronics,
Deja
outside
vu.
bags, laptops, phones, chargers, just laying flat in the bin, wires, anything like
Another
that.
6 weeks of nothing but happens this week.
Just take them out, lay them flat in the bin, a separate bin or whatever. That way.
Yeah, I hope so. That's the same for us, too.
And your shoes
It's a little different this time. There's really no witnesses, right? I mean, are any of these families going to come forward, or? Oh, they are. Oh.
I tried. If you're ready, you step in and take the tray right there. Media? You were here for the last trial, weren't you? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Just don't go in yet, don't plug in just a second, okay? Don't go in yet, just start right up here for me. Are you, media? Oh, you're Attorney General. Okay, yeah, right. Thanks. How much stuff do you have on you? A lot of electronics?
Morning. Do you all have the info for the 9 o'clock press conference with? Okay. Yeah, parents and youth advocates. We're trying to figure out exactly where, but it'll be in this square, and we'll come get you guys. I think at that point the jurors will all be in, so we'll get set up. So 8:30. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, he's coming back. Yeah, he's coming back. Like, yeah, that's what we're waiting for. Yeah, I didn't see it. That would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. It's a Homeland Security bag. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
How you doing? Just going to get that, I guess. Yeah. Hey, sir, how you doing? That's your field. Right here, don't go in yet. Press, yeah, you have your ID handy.
Who? Mana.
Are you guys both cleared with the
Get to that fellowship in LA.
You have a pass. You can get it. Right? Did you get a? So electronics come outside of bags, laptop computers, charging cords, wire, lay them flat inside the bin. Portable mouse. You can take them up there. Yeah, there's no photographer or anything except just have to, it's just has stuff by X-ray. Yeah, sure.
How many miles away?
you're ready to step on over there, put your stuff in the bin, and you can't do so start loading the bins up. Don't forget all electronics and all that.
There you go. Did he switch back?
We've got chargers too. Don't get a belt, don't. Jacket, belt, jacket. Too public? Picture ID's handy? Maybe driver license? Maybe the or passport, whatever. You have your ID registered? Oh, no, you have to have the driver, you have a passport? No, you have to have the card. Yep. Yep, can you go get it and come back? You guys can come back. Yep. Oh. No, it doesn't matter. We have to have it. You have to have a card. So, all right? I'm sorry. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You have to have the card. I'm sorry. That's our rule. It's a building rules. How the federal government works. Next public. Hi, sir. How are you today? Good. Okay, step right over here. You can step aside now. No, not too bad though. Missed you. Come on. Last but not least.
What?
Last but not least.
not Melito.
Melito. Also. Oh, mail too. Fuck you. Pretty funny.
Oh no, there's been well documented. It's one-way relationship.
Wait, you guys already started?
We're just continuing what you started last time.
We act all nice.
If you're ready.
You know what? We never had an issue until Dodo came and started some shit.
Now it's my It's not gonna happen. I know that.
Dude, I'm like 5%.
You might be actually. So we need the proof first. Kentucky one's maybe let's give it to her. Oh. What does that matter?
I think it's supposed to be. It's like with signs and stuff. I think it's like family.
Here?
Yeah, you can. You have your ID. You have to have driver's license, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I think it's like families and kids.
Get your ID, hand you too. You put your stuff in.
What time's the press conference?
Oh.
No.
There's a press conference?
I just RSVP'd to it.
Yeah, please.
To,
Get the
mail
RSVP.
to mail to press off.
That works too.
Ain't gonna shake that one. Ain't gonna get away from that one. Oh man.
It's 2 o'clock today.
I'm not sure what it's at. But it's not here. Is it at Hot Boys? Really? I know where we're going.
It's on mute. It's on mute. Good, good, good. How's it been? It's been okay. Yeah, just attorneys, like everything. Sounds like it's going to be some testing. Yeah, you guys joking? I think this year for different. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know the DJ was coming. We covered different instances. This is the
Yeah, the watching bell, come on.
I'm a slow filer, so I gotta get that started. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your parents. So, I told them, I said, just put here. So, do you have a podium or are you guys, do you have one? That's right, that's right.
You're employee, you go on.
And then just put that give everybody
For all the months, NBC had a whole crew live set up there. Yeah, there's a press conference at 9 with families. and you know, it's like Australia was based here, so I got to cover some trainings and stuff, but like because there's no powerhouse, but so there's like no pressure in covering them, so it's like it was kind of nice to just cover them. And, I did file another story, which is not the same as Did you just stay in LA? Yeah, that Irvine facility is nice. Really nice. It's like, yeah, you know, no wonder why it's so expensive here. Thanks to facilities like that. Only the rich people can afford that. Yeah, I went down once. It was like the very opening training for so much.
I would feel really good about it if we could do it here, but yeah, I think how much I can't move it back on the foot. Just because if they open it, because then if you put like if they're like use this and that, I don't know. I just think that middle part. Yeah. Yeah, because then that's it. And then it's like it's up here.
I think they
Yeah,
Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test. We're good? Alright. Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test. You hear me now? Test, test. 1, 2, 3. 6 times 6. You hear me? Juan, Juan. Good? Test, test. 1, 2. Perfect.
wax is a lot less. That's beautiful. See if it's something we wouldn't be drinking all the time. Like, yeah, drop off a kid. You know, take time, or I'll go around you. Put it in there. It's awful. You guys see it? Yeah. That is actually, I was looking at the clip and I'm like, oh god, it's gonna like pop off right as hopefully it's gonna go off. Oh, that's gonna make it.
How can I put that?
I would put it right there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's stronger than this tape. Check, check, check. How loud is that? All right, you gotta turn it up louder. Check, check, check. All right. So if they speak quiet, it will still pick up. Pick up. All right. Hopefully it don't fall. Please don't fall.
Stop. Okay. It's okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Lennon Torres, LENNONTORRES from Heat Initiative. Hello, my name is Lennon Torres, and I'm here on behalf of Heat Initiative, an organization that was created because CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg and Adam Mosseri would rather make money than protect its users, especially vulnerable children. Today, I am joined by parents, survivor parents, and youth advocates from across the world. I'm joined by Coco Konar's sister and mother. I'm joined by Owl Hinks's parents. I'm here with Elijah Heacock's mother, with Riley Bassford's mother, with Emmy's mother as well, and Anna's mother. Behind us, justice is going to be served. The courtroom doors are open, and it is time that the public see what the executives at Meta have known all along, that their products are designed to addict and harm children. For years, we have been gaslit by safety feature updates that often end up buried, missing, or broken altogether. And today we're here to say enough is enough, and it's time for transparency and accountability. There is nothing inherently social about these platforms. Instagram is not social media. It is a predator-enabling engagement farm. And we deserve better. The names on that banner whose lives were cut too short. There is an 8-year-old on that banner. Let that sink in. Each name more than a data point. So we stand here as a reminder that we will keep showing up until justice is served. Thank you.
Hi there. Good morning. Thank you for being here. This is my son, Riley. Oh, my name is Mary Rodee. Maryrodee. My son's name is Riley Bassford, RILEYBASFORD, and he is forever 15. He was almost 16 when he took his own life after a 5-hour encounter with an adult criminal posing as a beautiful young woman. He was from the Ivory Coast. They call it spontaneous suicide. I call it what it was, the predictable outcome of a system that protects corporations instead of children. This happened on Facebook Messenger. The platform Riley asked to get permission to use because he wanted to use their marketplace feature. We were honest about Riley's age when we registered him for Facebook, and he was then restricted from marketplace because he wasn't 18. But yet this criminal was allowed to find him, lure him, coerce him, and trick him. For years, I've watched lobbying win over legislation. It's still cheaper to buy off politicians than to build safety into these platforms. Every delay, every hearing, every press release costs lives. Meta and others have built empires on exploitation, and they hide behind outdated laws while families like mine live with the heart-wrenching consequences. While we were in Los Angeles awaiting a verdict, surrounded by other survivor parents, but also feeling deeply for all of those that were not there with us, along with our dear supporters and friends, we decided to create something that memorializes all the lives cut short by preventable design choices. It's not just a banner. Every name that I wrote on there is a promise that these children will never be forgotten and that their stories will force accountability where silence once reigned. You can see at the far end of the banner where it looks a bit different. That's because I came to California again from very northern New York because we had to add more names since we finished that banner in LA in March. Today, the playing field feels level for the first time, thanks to those who refuse to look away. But justice shouldn't depend on timing or luck. Justice should just be the standard. I'm demanding that lawmakers stop protecting predators in suits and start protecting our children, our future. Riley's story shouldn't have been just another headline. It should have been a turning point. It should have been the end. This banner keeps growing because of corporate predatory design choices. Thank you for being here, and some other survivor parents are going to share their story. Next up, we're so glad to have Dawson. Dawson is one of the youth advocates here with us. Thank you so much, Dawson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dawson Kelly, DAWSONKELLY, and I'm with Design It For Us. My name is Dawson Kelly. I'm a UC Berkeley student and a member of Design It For Us. We are a coalition of over 600 young people advocating for policy that protects us online and holding big tech accountable. But before any of that, I was a guinea pig. As a child, I was unknowingly subject in a great experiment, one in which the company inside that courthouse reduced my childhood into watch time and sold it to advertisers. Better than I did, knowingly and deliberately addicted me to apps that pulled me out of the real world and stunted my growth. One in which designers exploited the insecurities and awkwardness that come with growing up in order to create a machine that distracted and divided us. For more than 2 decades, they ran their experiment on an entire generation. They measured us, tested us, and optimized us. To them, we were not children. We were data. But this week, the experiment itself goes on trial. 29 states inside that courthouse saying what every kid who lived this already knows, that none of this was an accident. They did this knowing they were harming kids, all by design in pursuit of another dollar. My parents' generation watched the same 3 television channels. They argued, sure, but they argued about the same world. These companies got my generation and siloed them into a billion private channels, each one high-tuned to hijack our weaknesses. Holding these companies accountable will not bring back the time or the people we have all lost. But this justice brings us closer to a world where addiction is no longer our predetermined destiny. A world where when I wake up and the first thing I think about is my own life, not the question of whether I'm enough, not the version of me they're selling before I even get out of bed. A world where our ability to be present isn't up for grabs the moment we come out of the womb and auctioned off to this multi-trillion-dollar industry. A world where presence is the default of the next generation, the way it was for every generation before mine. A world where my generation is not remembered as the anxious generation, but the generation that is beginning to get its life back. That world becomes a possibility through this trial, through the tireless efforts of parents and advocates and lawyers, through the increasing number of people across the globe that are building the courage to stand up to these corporations that have taken too much from us. That world gets a little closer today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Lowenthal. I'm an Assembly member. I'm the Speaker Pro Tem of the Assembly. I represent Long Beach. Last name spelled Lowenthal. I'm the lead author of AB2 and AB 1709 that are moving through the California legislature. And I want to thank the parents, the survivors, the young people that are here, standing here together today. It takes some extraordinary courage to relive the unspeakable pain here in the public eye and to turn grief into action. We see you. We hear you. We're inspired by you. And we're taking action. I'm here not just as state legislator today, but as a father of 3 daughters. And like so many of you, I live this every single day. Every day I watch my girls navigate a digital world where platforms are running a massive, uncontrolled experiment on our children's minds, optimizing every scroll, every notification or engagement, not their well-being. And we didn't consent to that experiment. Our kids didn't either. And now we're seeing the results in the form of anxiety, depression, and in the most heartbreaking of cases, empty chairs at our family dinner tables. 80 miles from here in our state capital, we are on the doorstep of passing 2 of the most consequential laws in the country to change the relationship kids have with social media. The first will limit companies from deploying addictive features against kids under 16. Infinite scroll, autoplay, recommended algorithms, notifications, the very design choices engineered to hook developing brains. The second holds social media platforms financially liable when they're found negligent for the harm that they cause our kids. And we are developing and crafting this legislation so it can be cut and pasted and brought to state houses across the country until we get our federal government to act, because they have been derelict in their duty, providing no action, no oversight for this anxious generation, and we all see the results. Let's be clear about something. Legislation in and of itself will not get this done. What's happening in this courtroom, the litigation that you are pursuing, the truth that you are demanding to be told under oath, that work, shoulder to shoulder with the legislators across this country fighting the same fight, is how real change happens. It's a combination of that courage and those laws that will finally force accountability. And of note, the 29 states that are here are red states, blue states, purple states. just like the legislation that is moving across California. It is red, it is blue, it is purple. It is affecting every family in every corner of this state. In fact, I've yet to come across a family of school-age children that are not struggling with this issue. And I can tell you, it is the worst feeling of any parent to go into your child's room at 8 or 9 in the evening and they're by themselves, completely and totally stressed out. It has to change. We're demanding change, and we won't back down. So again, to the families, to the survivors, to everyone who chooses to stand up when it would have been so much easier to stay silent, we thank you. We're not stopping until every child is safer because of your work here. With that, I'd like to introduce true hero and inspiration to me, Juliana Arnold of Parents Rise.
Hi everyone, my name is Juliana Arnold, Julianna, Arnold, Arnold. My daughter, one of my daughters, who's not here with us, is Coco, C-O-C-O, Konar, K-O-N-A-R, forever 17. And this is my older daughter, Olivia Konar, Olivia, O-L-I-V-I-A, Konar, K-O-N-A-R. So I want to start out by looking at my fellow survivor parents. And I just want you guys to know that we are building Parents Rise together, and this is what it is. And you embody the spirit and the energy of what we bring with our pain and turning pain into power. And that's where we are today, because every child named today, we have Riley, Anna, Elijah, Owl, Emmy, and Coco, and thousands of others. This list doesn't even represent it's the tip of the iceberg for the number of children who have either died or been harmed by social media. So I'll tell you a little bit about my daughter, Coco. Coco was 12 when she opened Instagram for the first time in 2017, 4 years before the world learned what Meta already knew. Instagram was harming teenage girls. By her teens, she could not look away. Her scrolling became depression, then anxiety she could not escape. In that isolation, an adult man found her on Instagram, groomed her, lured her to meet him, and sold her what she thought was a Percocet for her anxiety. It was fentanyl. She was barely 17. Coco's story was not an accident. We know it was the predictable outcome of a platform Meta knew harmed children, while none of the rest of us had any idea. 5 years ago, Frances Haugen exposed Meta's own research, showing it knew Instagram harmed teenage girls. Now Meta's evidence corroborates what whistleblowers told us. And as Attorney General Bonta put it, Meta knows what it is doing is bad for kids, period. And that's what we're going to find out in this court case. And while they were doing this, families were suffering. And Meta was spending more than $13 million on lobbying Congress this year, deployed 86 lobbyists, and poured another $20 million into its own super PAC, all to fight the laws that were meant to keep kids safe and hold these companies accountable. So Meta, thus far, seems to be losing in court. So what it's turning in desperation is to Congress to give them another liability shield before the next generation of technology faces the same reckoning. That's why Zuckerberg's push into AI should alarm all of us. He says technology should empower people, not manipulate them. But why didn't that principle apply to our children? We are tired of these PR stunts and greenwashing. These cases are the only thing that's bringing out the truth through the evidence that's being discovered of what was really going on behind the closed doors of this company. And we will expose more of it through this trial. So we know we need accountability in Oakland, and Oakland can give us accountability. and hold them accountable. But it is really Congress that must decide whether accountability ends here or finally begins. And thank you to Attorney General Bonta and every AG who brought this case. Thank you for standing with our children and the truth. We were there in Los Angeles and we didn't go away. We were there in New Mexico and we didn't go away. And we will not go away after Oakland. This is one of many, and we are here for the long haul. Our children should have grown up. Instead, we are left to speak for them. Let theirs be the last childhoods sacrificed to silence and inaction. Thank you. I'd like to present Lori Schott, a fellow survivor parent.
Hello. My name is Lori Schott, Lorischott, and I am Annalee's mom. Forgive me. I'm here today because my daughter should still be alive. Annalee was 18 years old. She was a rural Colorado farm girl. She loved her family, her God, her horses, and every four-legged creature she could haul into our farm. But behind my daughter, we knew and loved, she was fighting a battle we could not see, a battle within the world of social media. After we lost Anna, I opened her journals, searching for answers on why a little girl that left a note the day she died that said, "I love my family, don't be sad for me. It's not you, it's me." Inside those journals, I found my daughter's pain. And I want to read one entry so people understand the impacts of the design of these platforms and how they impact little girls like my daughter. Annalee wrote, "Tonight has been one of the worst nights I've had in a while. I was sitting on my bathroom floor telling myself how much I hate myself. Nobody is going to love me unless I look the part. I look at other girls' profiles and it makes me feel worse. Nobody will love somebody as ugly and as broken as me." And we continue to learn about Annalee's social media experience and how devastating it was. We learned that according to Meta whistleblower Sarah Wynn Williams, Meta targeted ads at teenage girls when they showed signs of being in a vulnerable emotional state and when they felt worthless, insecure, or like a failure. Advertisers were allegedly giving access to our children so beauty ads could be delivered at the very moments these girls were at their most vulnerable. Let that sink in. When my daughter was struggling, it became Meta's bottom line. 1 year later, I continued to fight. In 2019, the year before Anna took her life, Meta's researchers found that 1 in 3 girls felt worse about their bodies. Meta knew this. They knew young people were being harmed. Meta knew children were not safe, and Meta kept running algorithms. Children were kept engaged, and the money kept flowing into Meta's bank account. And now, attorney generals across this country have brought allegations into the courthouse about how Meta knew what it designed and what it told parents and the public. We have already seen why getting evidence in the courtroom matters. I was in Los Angeles, New Mexico. Juries heard the evidence. And now here in Oakland, attorney generals are bringing their cases on behalf of the people of this country. I want to recognize my Attorney General, Phil Weiser. Attorney General Weiser was one of the first public officials to see my daughter's algorithmic content that was pushed to her and to read my daughter's journals. He used the power and responsibility of the Colorado Attorney General's office to help bring Meta to this moment of accountability. He used everything he had. The evidence and Meta's internal documents will finally have their day in court. And today, as I stand outside this courthouse as Annalee's mom, I have a message for Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, and Adam Mosseri. You built one of the most powerful and richest companies in the world has ever known. You designed and built these platforms that reached into our home, into our children's bedrooms, and into our children's minds. But power does not excuse harm. Profits does not erase the responsibility of big tech. And no company, no matter how wealthy, no matter how influential, no matter how untouchable it feels it is, should get to stand above the truth, the law, and our children. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Erin Popolo, ERIN POPOLO, and I lost my daughter Emily Murillo, EMILY MURILLO. She died by suicide after relentless cyberbullying and harassment. Emmy didn't want to die. She loved her family. She loved her pets. She loved her frogs, her geckos, and our time at the lake house. She loved her life. What she could not survive was the hopelessness and the helplessness that was created and amplified by the design choices that Meta put in front of her. First of all, I would like to thank my Attorney General, Jennifer Davenport, for taking real steps towards justice, not just for my daughter, but for every family in New Jersey and families around the world who have been devastated by preventable harm. When Emmy died, I knew immediately that this was not just kids being mean. It wasn't a mystery. It was a design flaw, a system built to maximize engagement, even when that engagement was cruelty, humiliation, and harm. And now we finally have the evidence to prove what parents have been saying for years. These platforms are not neutral. They are engineered environments, and children are paying the price. And with the introduction of AI, Meta has stumped to the level of using pictures of dead children to advertise their product to grieving parents. Yes, they took a picture of my daughter and me sitting crying in front of a memorial on the ground, and they asked me if I wanted to turn it into a comic strip. So the level of inhumanity that they have created is unprecedented. I want to speak directly to the families standing beside me, to the attorney generals across the country, and to the teams working behind the scenes who refuse to look away. You got us here. Your courage got us here. Your persistence, your refusal to let your children's stories be minimized, that is what is moving the needle. I hold Emmy in my heart every single second of every single day. I fight for her. I fight for my daughter Kaylee, who is now raising my grandson Kai, without the aunt that he deserved. And I fight for every family that has been shattered by Meta, those who choose profits over people. I will not stop, not now, not ever, because our children deserved better. And we are going to make sure that every child who is still here will get it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Heacock, SHANNONHEACOCK. I am here to honor my son, Elijah, and every child harmed by big tech. But before I tell you my story, would you kindly take out your phones and set an alarm for 20 minutes? On February the 28th, 2025, I was woken up by Elijah's twin sister, Palin, telling me that Eli was hurt. I ran to him. He was laying on my cold laundry room floor, and I had no clue what had happened. I went into panic mode, digging blood out of my son's mouth, begging him to breathe. I watched him lose his battle. I left the room so his twin and his baby brother would never have to see what I saw, but sadly they did. Elijah was rushed to the hospital. My sister had gotten into his phone because he had left a message. The officer beside me was an ex-FBI agent. He told me that my son was a victim of sextortion. Before we could plan Eli's funeral, at 16 years old, I had the FBI sitting at my kitchen table. That's when I learned it took 20 minutes, 150 messages, AI deepfakes, and $50. That took my son away from me. I would like to thank the Kentucky AG, Russell Coleman, for his work in Kentucky and what he is doing to make laws stricter and willing to work with us, parents. Check your phones. Some of you still have time on them. Elijah didn't. The predator found Elijah on TikTok, but the FBI confirmed something else. Something that keeps me up at night. I don't need anybody else to blame me. I blame myself. That predator followed him onto Instagram and used his following, knew everything about Elijah at school, every single detail. They used this to work through my son's world. The list should have never been accessible for adult strangers. Grieving families have been telling media that for years. I'm new. Elijah and I are just a year and a half into this. A minor's friends list is a map of every child a predator can use to threaten disclose of embarrassing photos. Every family member, every classmate on Instagram. It's also a map predators use to go after kids. And Meta leaves that map wide open for anyone to find. And the most popular social media platforms, Meta, is the worst offender when it comes to this. Serving our children's offline lives to predators, and it connects them to online. This wasn't an accident. My son did not take his life. My son was killed. It's a design choice, a company that builds its platforms to maximize a child's engagement, click after click, at the cost of the child's safety. They knew what they were doing. Mark Zuckerberg looked the public in the eye and said their platforms were safe. Well, Mark, look me in the eye because you're a liar. That is why we are all here today. Somewhere inside Meta are the documents that prove they knew their failure to protect minors' privacy was putting kids like Elijah in danger, and chose not to fix it. Families like mine deserve to see those documents. Every parent whose child has public profile right now deserves to see them. I couldn't save my son, but I can stand here and demand the truth. That I promised when I said goodbye to Elijah that I would never allow any other child to be harmed. No mother should ever have to dig out the blood of her child's mouth, begging him to breathe. Elijah, this is for you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Hinks, Victoriahinks, and this is my husband, Paul. And we live in Marin County, and we're here on behalf of our daughter, Alexandra, lovingly known as Owl by all of her friends and family, forever 16, and taken from us too soon by big tech. I first and foremost want to thank AB1E for his leadership in holding big tech accountable. He's done great work, and we're grateful that he got us here. I've also worked closely with California's first partner, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, and I want to thank her and Governor Newsom for their hard work in this space. Owl didn't die by accident. She died by design. Meta's own engineers built an algorithm that knew exactly what to show a struggling 16-year-old girl to keep her scrolling, and what that content could do to her. They knew, and they did it anyway. That's why this trial matters. Big tech must be held accountable like any other company that knowingly harms a child. And lastly, let me tell you about our beloved Owl. She was kind, sensitive, and beautiful, absolutely beautiful on the inside and out. She ran cross country. She loved animals, especially our Westie Elsa. She loved anything pink. She was a proud Swiftie and loved Hamilton. When she was 10, for my 50th birthday, she memorized every lyric to the song Alexander Hamilton and sang it to me. I will remember that forever. It's the best gift anyone has ever given me. She once sent Lin-Manuel Miranda a birthday card, and he wrote her back a handwritten note and autographed picture that she cherished and treasured, one of her most prized possessions. She wanted to be a mom and a preschool teacher. And she should have graduated from Redwood High School in Larkspur back in June. And she should be heading off to her freshman year of college now. Instead, she's buried at the Mount Tamalpais Cemetery in San Rafael. And finally, it is time that we take Mark Zuckerberg's name off our San Francisco General Hospital. This man has made decisions that have led to the deaths of so many children. It is criminal. It's like putting a picture of the Marlboro Man on a lung cancer wing. This has to stop. It is criminal. Again, thank you so much to AB1E and everyone for being here, and for all of the other survivor parents who give us so much love and support. And thank you again.
My name is Lisa Pearson, Pearson. I'm an attorney, a mother of 3, and a member of Mothers Against Media Addiction, MAMA. MAMA is a movement of parents across the country who are fighting back against the epidemic of social media addiction that is destroying our children's adolescence and their childhoods. For years, big tech has created social media platforms intentionally designed to target and addict our children. In the relentless pursuit of profit, these companies have fueled a youth mental health crisis, knowingly putting our kids at risk of social isolation, online exploitation, self-harm, and even suicide. Big tech is the new big tobacco, targeting kids and addicting them early. We now know this to be true. But today we are witness to a historic moment. Just as with big tobacco in the 90s, these companies are finally being held accountable. I'm proud to be here at the start of this landmark trial alongside attorneys general from California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey, who plan to show that Meta violated consumer protection laws when they intentionally designed addictive products, misled the public, and put our kids in harm's way with devastating consequences. With recent verdicts in LA and New Mexico, finding that Meta executives knowingly put kids in danger on their platforms, the message is now clear. If you design platforms that harm our kids, there will be consequences. At Mama, we are fighting back against social media addiction in our homes, in our schools, and in our communities. And we are so grateful to the attorneys who are here standing up for our kids in this trial. But we know that lawsuits are not going to be enough. We need Congress to act, passing industry-wide standards and bipartisan legislation to make sure that products and platforms for children are safe by design. This is not about partisanship. This is not about politics. This is about finally saying enough is enough. I'm proud to be among the thousands of parents standing up to demand better for our kids. Together, we can demand that these companies be held accountable. Together, we can demand that our kids are no longer knowingly put in harm's way in favor of profits. No family should have to endure one more unspeakable loss because these companies continue to operate with impunity. I'm here today, and Mama is here today because it's time for a change. Thank you.
Mary, how many names are on the banner? Do you know?
We added 39 last night.
How many?
39 last night.
Any math majors in the room?
598.
And as we said, this is just the tip of the iceberg of kids that have been killed or harmed. There's thousands and thousands of lawsuits taking place as we speak, so, and will be taking place in the next few years. So just to know, this is just a small, small microcosm, unfortunately, of what we're facing in this country. Sorry, could you repeat that question, please? Want to take that?
I think that we're going to make history here. I think this is going to be a groundbreaking trial that they're going to be found liable for what they are doing to people.
And I think it gives us the opportunity, since there's only a single defendant in Meta, that we will even discover more information of what Meta's been doing knowingly to harm, addict, and exploit our young people. And that has created the mental health issues and the deaths and the destruction that we're finding within the American families.
And we have fought in D.C. We have lobbied on Capitol Hill. We have lobbied in our state capitol. We are lobbying against the most powerful companies in the world. But today, it's different. The trials are different. Our children deserve this. Our country deserves this. And there is no way that we are going to back down after we leave these trials, the determination, and not head back to Washington, D.C., because we need legislation and laws in this country to stop harms to our children. There should be no reason last night, we're adding 39 more children's names to this banner that are gone. Since March. Since we were in L.A.
And that just shows you, because after the last trial, where did we go? We went directly to D.C. There's a bill on the table in the Senate right now that could be going to Trump for a vote by the end of the year. But let's see what they're choosing. Are they going to choose to protect children, or are they going to continue to protect and provide liability shields for the tech companies? They need to decide, because they can't do both. You don't get to do one without the other, and we're tired of sitting here waiting. And as we said, 39 more kids have died, and that's one we know about, since we last had the trial in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for covering this.
encourage you to take a look at the names that are on the farther end that didn't get to come forward. And then we can begin rolling. Let's go that way actually so that those can stay open and folks can take a look down there to that addition. So you can roll and go slow. Each initiative.
Here's Anna, Lori's daughter, Anna Lee right there.
Okay, great. Great. No worries. Okay, so inside the trial has started. We have Sandra Tatiana, she's inside covering what's happening in there. But outside here, they just had a press conference with parents. They had almost 400 names of children who have died from social media related harm. That's what they had. This could be that they committed suicide. This could be that they met with someone on social media that was then a predator. They could have had depression, anxiety, all of these things that they are blaming Instagram, Facebook, and Meta for. So this is really doing to
going out live. I think I just get to show up at the next location. Grab onto it all. No, it sounds like it's inside, right? Price going. Huh. I think I've been there. It's not in City Hall. It's pretty different. Are you back tomorrow? Yeah. Just hope they can tell us like when stuff will waiting around, thinking it might be. Let's see. This is super close to me.
check in if you're getting my audio, guys. I'm getting static. Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. I'll call you back once I figure it out. This is back in 2017. I just restarted the Okay, cool. Sounds good. Alright, thank you. Okay. Go back down.
State agency. It passed it yesterday. So, 2029. Definitely certain
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh no, they don't need DOT. They can sell it. They can sell it. Every tire they can requirements, you know? Yeah, all the tires that you see at the tire shops, they need to do it. Unless you go. Yeah, sure. But you know the best license, the best stuff you have is very US. So usually like we go up to
Let me see if I can figure out how to ask it. Well, because this one I have like on a long clip. It's about like 43 minutes long. Yeah, it's the same clip. Let me try to. Okay, gotcha. Let me go to picture glasses. Okay. Yeah, let me get to 13 minutes and then just play it from there.
that one is brand new. I never did that. I haven't tried that one. And there's one. Across the street. You got more options. Gotcha. All right, let's go. All right, thank you.
this guy? Okay. Should I start from the beginning of this section? Okay, gotcha. Starting here now. Alright, thank you. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thanks so much. Alright, bye-bye. Okay. Is there one in San Francisco? Okay. Okay, cool. Let me go back 2 minutes. Okay. So good stuff here? Spectrum 16 Marvel. Cool. Thank you.
course. Of course. No, you're fine. Thank you.
so much. I wish you the best.
Thank you. We came up with that last night in Margaret, I think. I think that like average people are really realizing it. I was doing a presentation for clinicians and I just heard Riley's murderers now have gone to jail in the Ivory Coast and I just can't. And I haven't changed my slideshow and I'm looking up at my picture and I wonder if I now that the case is closed, they put in the real pictures that were from Riley's phone have been like, you know, inside the case file. And then I say just like out of my own, it's not in my, oh, I guess I can't put those up there because I still got to take down Mark Zuckerberg off the cuff and they out this information. So I hope
And this was just like her bed. She was like, you know, it's very traumatic. She's like, I don't understand. She was went on with it 6 months. She had eventually, like, I told her, so she's like, and maybe alone. She's like, she's like, there's no.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. It's so scary. I work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children too, and they just had to tell a 7-year-old they found his 11-year-old images as an 11-year-old. I mean, talk about being traumatized, sustained trauma, all of it. But I'm so glad that we've had. Like, thank you. My joy. Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, well, we have to after they're done, so because they're like right after the and then the big
So yours isn't down
Is it going to give you feedback? No? Okay. All right, then if you, yeah.
All right, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Do you need me to keep talking? Are we all good? Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Fabulous. A little bit more. Okay, are we good? Do you want me to start singing? Do a tap dance? I had a protein bar for lunch, I know. Not very good. Okay, we're good? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rob Bonta, California Attorney General. Thank you for being here in Oakland. And I want to, in particular, thank my incredible colleagues, Attorney General from Colorado, Phil Weiser, and the Attorney General from New Jersey, Jennifer Davenport, for being here, for making the trip to be part of this first day of trial. I am grateful that we have an incredible collaborative team. We have another member of the team who wasn't able to make it today, but I want to thank him for his participation and his support. That's Kentucky Attorney General Coleman. But his team is here, and I was recently in our war room with our team members, and we had team members from each of our states here, from Colorado, New Jersey, California, Kentucky, as well as some other states. And I want to just lift up the collaborative effort which this case is. We are the 4 states that are part of this, what we call a bellwether case. But there are 29 states, bipartisan, across the country, who are standing up for families, for parents, of course, for children, for consumers. And I'm proud to be part of that collaboration. So we are teaming up here in our efforts to hold Meta accountable. Today, of course, was the first day of trial. It'll be a 5 to 7 week trial. But today, both the attorneys general and Meta laid out our cases. And I'm probably biased, but I found our case to be incredibly compelling, devastating in the presentation. The jury seemed very focused on hanging on every word that was being said. And we, of course, heard from the first witness, a whistleblower engineer from Meta who was in charge of child safety while there, who talked about the fact that Meta knew the harms that it was visiting upon children, but failed to act. He also talked about their motto, their culture, if you will, which was to move fast and break things. Unfortunately, the thing that was broken here was the mental health of our children. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be here. We laid out our case today, which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress. They told the public, they told the world that their product was safe, that it wasn't dangerous. And so their deception, their lies are at the core of our case. And we are excited about how our first day at trial went. We're excited about the opportunity to hold Meta accountable for its conduct. And we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties. A couple things I want to highlight. Between our investigation and our and disclosures from former insiders, whistleblowers, folks who used to work at Meta, we have proof that Meta knows that Instagram is harmful to a significant percentage of teenagers, especially teen girls. Meta knows that. Meta knows that more than 13% of teen girls on Instagram say the platform makes thoughts of suicide and self-injury worse. Meta knows that. They know that 17% say it makes eating issues worse. And 32% say it makes body images worse. Meta knows that. Meta knows that certain key features can push users into harmful content. Meta knows that the like button leads teens to compulsively engage with the platform. Meta knew all of that and more and decided to do more of it, to dig in deeper, to double down on that conduct, on those practices. Mark Zuckerberg, founder, chairman, CEO of Meta, personally axed Meta's proposed policy to ban image filters that simulated the effects of plastic surgery, despite internal pushback from his own team. His own employees were telling him he shouldn't do this. And an expert consensus that such filters harm users' mental health, especially women and girls. Mr. Zuckerberg himself chose profits over the safety of children. He was presented with a choice where his own staff was telling him, this will hurt kids if you do it. We think you shouldn't do it. And he overruled them and said, do it, knowingly harming kids, and then later telling the world that their product was safe. The company had internal discussions about the negative impacts of the like button, but they decided to keep it anyway. Again, they chose profits over the safety of children. At the same time, the company affirmatively misled teens, it misled their parents and the public about the safety of its platforms for young users, and concealed the ways in which Instagram and Facebook exploit and manipulate its most vulnerable consumers, teenagers, and children. Zuckerberg testified to Congress that Meta doesn't design its products to be addictive, that Instagram does not harm children. Instagram President Adam Mosseri testified to Congress that Instagram is not addictive. These and other statements by the companies were picked up in the media. They were relied on by teens, relied on by their parents, and relied on by the community at large. Our investigation even found instances where the company acknowledged internally that it had misled the public. I'm glad that they acknowledged that fact, that they misled the public. Meta's conduct is deceptive, it is dangerous, and as we make clear in our lawsuit, and as is most important in a court of law, it is illegal. The company had a legal, not to mention a moral, obligation to consider the safety of young users when designing their products. The data is clear. More time on social media tends to be correlated with depression and anxiety, body image issues, susceptibility to addiction, and interference with daily life, including learning. If you're a parent, like I am, or a guardian, a teacher, a healthcare provider, sadly, you have likely seen some of this play out in your own life, in real life. Parents and caregivers protect children from so many daily dangers, as we should, making sure our children wear a seatbelt, keeping a close eye on kids around water. If you have a baby, cutting food like a blueberry down into a small enough piece so it doesn't choke the baby. But we cannot adequately protect our children from the harms of Instagram and Facebook when the company, one of the largest, richest, most powerful companies on the face of the earth, lies to us and hides the truth and designs these platforms to drive compulsive use while lying to your face and telling you it's safe. Parents cannot do their job if they're being lied to. Teens, parents, the community, the public deserve the truth. You should not be lied to. You deserve better than that. As Attorney General of the greatest state in the nation, sorry to my colleagues, they can and they should say the same thing about their states. But the state where Meta has made its home and has done very, very well for itself. I'm proud to co-lead this national fight to demand accountability and to demand justice. This is about our children, the next generation, our kids. They deserve to be safe. And Meta has acted unlawfully here. We are here to hold them accountable. We look forward to continuing our trial and bringing our case forward. Before I turn it over to my colleagues to make a few remarks, I want to thank the individuals on my team who have given so much of their time, their energy, their passion, their talent, their skills to bring this case to court today. Watching our team present the case, talking to them in the war room, I couldn't be more proud to be their colleague, to be on their team, to be part of their team fighting for the safety of our kids and our children. They don't do it for the limelight, so I'm about to embarrass them, but I want to thank them, and they deserve this recognition, so I want to say some of their names. Megan O'Neill, who delivered an incredible opening statement. Josh Oleszewski, Jubileer, Neha Arora, Casey Reed, Sam Beckett, Pauline Ryan, Jordy Hefcart, David Beglin, Jake Fernandez, Robbie Matson, Michelle Koseng, Emily Kalanithi, Barney Eskandari, Tina Charanpong, and Nick Akers. An incredible team doing incredible work, each and every one of them, to the person, true and great public servants. With that, I am happy to turn it over to my incredible colleague from Colorado, Attorney General Phil Weiser.
Thank you, AG Bonta. Thank all of you for being here. In the courtroom today, I saw a friend of mine, Lori Schott. Lori Schott is in a club that none of us would want to belong, and she was there with some others in that same club. Parents who've lost kids who've died by suicide after sustained exposure and engagement on social media platforms. Anna Schott was a beautiful little girl who loved her life on the eastern plains of Colorado, who spent hours and hours and hours on Instagram and had a social media addiction, watching videos that harmed her. The information that she received included guidance not to talk to her parents about her mental health because her parents would institutionalize her. Anna's no longer with us. She died by suicide. And Lori, through that pain, has found purpose. Purpose to stand for other kids and families by calling for accountability of social media platforms that are harming our kids and fueling a youth mental health crisis. There are now a generation of kids who have lost sleep because of notifications and alerts all hours of the night, who performed less well in school because they were distracted and tired, and even kids like Anna, who died by suicide. This social media-fueled youth mental health crisis demands action, and I am proud to be with a coalition of state AGs coast to coast from both political parties in court in the case that will provide meaningful relief and address these harms. The way that Meta has managed Instagram and Facebook has been, as AG Bonta described, deceptive. It's been wrongful and it's been illegal. It has ended lives like Anna's. It has harmed families like Lori's. It has hurt communities. It's prevented kids from thriving and damaged a generation of young people. In the midst of this crisis, the AG community is stepping up. All of us united on a bipartisan basis to take on the goal based on the following observation: that our kids deserve better, that we can do better. We can address this mental health crisis, including by making sure families know the truth about social media, by making sure the types of actions and features that were talked about today are addressed, because our young people's both mental health and physical health has been compromised. We filed this case nearly 3 years ago because we believed Meta was putting profits ahead of our kids' health. We're now presenting the evidence to make this case in a court of law. This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health. They told the public the opposite. When you compare what they knew privately with what they said publicly, It's a stark contrast. The reason that they deceive the public is because to come clean and to take steps to limit kids' access to social media would hurt their bottom line. The company worked to build a customer base recognizing the value of young kids, even those under 13, who they signed up and kept on the platform without the legally required consent of their parents. And those kids were harmed because of that sustained involvement. Meta's approach was to view these young kids as, and I quote here, a valuable and untapped market. And the addictive features they had, like notifications and alerts, were designed and maintained to keep those kids hooked on this platform. Other features, like the infinite scroll, they were designed for a very clear purpose, keeping kids engaged. And the efforts that Meta made to give kids an off-ramp, as was said in court today, were too little and too late. And the harm, less sleep, distracted kids, kids with worse mental health, remains alarming and a call to action. The fact that Meta downplayed these risks and deceived the public violates consumer protection law. The fact that they marketed to young people under 13, kept them on the platform, even knowing their actual ages, violates COPPA. The extensive harms, as AG Bonta noted, are not only lives that were lost like Anna, but a range of mental health harms, ranging from anxiety and depression, loneliness, lack of sleep, body image problems, eating disorders, and physical harm. Meta knew this was all happening, and yet they kept young people hooked because for them, less time online was less money in the pockets. The policies that Meta is now starting to talk about are basically relying on young people accurately reporting their ages, and as said in court today, when young people put in their actual birth date under 13 years of old, Meta doesn't remove them from the platform. Meta prompts them to put in a different date. These efforts are so easily overcome that they are not meaningful steps. And to say that parents should have been doing more, frankly, offends me as a parent, because parents have been told now for some time there's nothing to worry about. Meta hasn't shared the truth that remained kept from the public. There were several efforts to keep this case from a courtroom, starting in 2025 when Meta sought to dismiss this case, and the court has allowed these claims to proceed. There was then an effort to go to the Court of Appeals, and the Ninth Circuit refused to stay the trial, and that brings us here today. Today, we are asking the court to hold Meta accountable, to stop its unlawful practices, and to require the company to follow laws that protect kids and consumers and the public health. Just like a generation ago with big tobacco, Meta, like other social media platforms, has engaged in behavior to maximize its profits while harming the public health. With this trial, we're sending an important message. Powerful technology companies must follow the law, and if they don't, we will hold them to account. I join the thanks and appreciation of AG Bonta of the incredible team that's worked on this case, including a number of lawyers from Colorado who are out here and will be here for the weeks ahead to put on a very complicated case. It's worth noting that the states are not hiring an outside law firm, but it's our lawyers up against some of the highest price legal talent that money can buy, because we believe in our team, because we believe in our case, and we know that we're better together. I now introduce another fabulous part of this team, my colleague and friend, New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport.
Thank you, General Weiser. As is said, today a landmark trial began, and we're one step closer towards shutting the door on an era in which big tech's engineering schemes harm our kids without consequences. Today, as you've heard, my colleagues and I stood in court representing a bipartisan group of state attorneys general, describing to a judge and a jury the tragic effects of how these online platforms work and how they're designed. And as the mother of two daughters, 12 and 14, I felt sick. I felt sick when I read the effects of Meta's Instagram features on still developing children, including pro-anorexia content and algorithms that, if you view content about self-harm, lead the platform to deliver even more content about self-harm. And beyond that, discussions among executives about how to make all of this even more readily available to children under 13. I'm disgusted, I'm angry, we all should be angry. As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. But we can only do that well and appropriately when we have truth and facts, not deceptive advertising or lies about safety. A trillion-dollar tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being. And there's no world in which our kids' well-being should be sacrificed or exploited to help reap ever greater profits for big tech. New Jersey has been so proud to co-lead this nearly nationwide effort for more than 5 years. So proud to work alongside our colleagues in California, Colorado, and Kentucky in litigating this case. Our coalition of states understands the need to address the harm companies like Meta are causing our children. And today builds on years of hard work on investigation by dedicated public servants, not only on our team, but across the country. From New Jersey, I want to recognize the entire team and specifically mention Kosh Chan, Tom Hawin, Brian McDonough, Verna Pratazé, Mandy Wong, Patrick Masal, and Eva Zovko, along with many others. The opening of trial today sends a necessary message to companies that would treat our kids as nothing more than data to be monetized. We won't let this happen. Change your ways or face legal accountability for your actions. As public servants, we all stand up every single day to protect public safety. And in New Jersey, we will always protect the safety of our kids. I'll now turn it back to AG Bonta.
Well, thank you once again. Very proud and pleased to be part of this incredible team bringing this landmark case. We're happy to answer any questions. I do want to say there might be some questions about California news of the day or other things that are off topic. I will make myself available for pull-asides if there are any of those questions. Let's try to keep these questions you're about to ask on topic about this case and this trial. With that, we're happy to answer your questions. Yeah.
What's your understanding of the practical and financial effects on Meta of potentially owing tens of billions of dollars in penalties for there are a number of services that aren't directly being challenged here, like WhatsApp, or that aren't directly related on Instagram and the Facebook Meta platform.
Well, if you're asking about the remedies that we're seeking and what kind of impact that might have, let me tell you about what those might be. We're definitely, as we talked about today in trial in our case, looking to for some what we call injunctive relief, business practices being changed in the future. One of which is stop lying, stop deceiving the public, but also we are looking for some changes in those underlying features, product features that lead to the obsessive, excessive, compulsive behaviors that Meta knew about and designed their products to create. Things like autoplay and infinite scroll and likes and beeps and alerts and algorithmic feed, and others. So we're looking for some changes in business practices. And of course, along with our case, should we be successful, and we believe we will, there is the possibility for financial payment by Meta for civil penalties, for disgorgement, for restitution. This is not a case about damages. And the judge will decide what that is. And we leave it to the judge in her best discretion to determine an appropriate financial penalty, disgorgement, and restitution. Anything to add?
I would just add that it's really important as part of accountability to have meaningful and effective remedies, and in this case, that includes serious civil penalties as well.
I think they're stuck in some improper legal regime that they're mapping onto this case when it doesn't fit. They seem to be tort attorneys thinking this is a tort case. This is a case about deception at its core, lying. This is an unfair competition law case in California about having a practice that was knowingly dangerous and doubling down on it and lying to the public. So their point is literally irrelevant. I know they want to talk about that. They're just missing the mark. So we do not plan, it's true that we're not planning to bring parents or children to testify in this case to talk about the specific harm. We will see Meta's own internal studies that show that they knew the fact that their products created mental health harm on children. So it seems like a little bit of a lawyer's technicality trick to suggest that even though Meta admits that their product creates harm, visits harm on children, creates anxiety, creates depression, creates body image challenges, creates addictive tendencies, creates learning loss, that because a kid doesn't take the stand and say that, it's not true. They know it's true. It's not disputed. It's indisputable. So it's more of the deception that we've seen from Meta. Their attorneys seem to be adopting it as well, talking about things that aren't relevant to the case, distracting and talking about irrelevant issues. So we're confident in our case. We have set forth in our opening all of the elements of a very strong, compelling case that meets all the legal requirements. We look forward to continuing to have our witnesses testify. Unknown at this point. Of course, he's testified in other trials. I think he testified in Los Angeles in that trial that Meta lost. I think he testified in New Mexico in that trial that Meta lost. I'm not sure if he testified in Tennessee. Meta has not lost that trial yet, but I think they will. So unknown. We have all sorts of evidence, witnesses, including whistleblowers, former employees, studies from Meta, experts, and others that can make a very compelling case. Whether Mr. Zuckerberg is part of those who testify as a witness in this case is still TBD. Would you like to see him on the stand? I don't have a personal preference. I want us to bring the strongest case that we have, advance our evidence. We have an enormous amount of it that can be told in many different ways, on many different days, and I look forward to our team doing that. Mr. Behar, yes, I think he stood out in many ways. He'll be our first witness tomorrow as well. He's not done with his testimony, but I thought he covered a lot of bases in his testimony. One, he's a whistleblower. He worked for Meta at the highest levels. He met with Mr. Zuckerberg over 100 times in his own testimony. He has a very compelling story. Someone who grew up in Mexico, taught himself how to code, got this incredible scholarship and opportunity to go study and contribute to the innovative economy. And he, as a recipient witness, had a lot of experience as to the approaches that Meta had, this idea that they should move fast and break things, meaning they're not doing all they can to keep kids safe. They're moving fast. They're not taking those steps. They're breaking things like the mental health of kids. I thought that was particularly compelling, very insightful. He also talked about his own experience as a parent and his own daughter, who I think was on Instagram or another social media platform, who was getting sexual content sent to her, sexual images, sexual overtures, and he struggled as a parent to know how to deal with that. And he also knew that those in charge, if she was looking at Instagram, and if I'm recalling that correctly, were not doing enough to protect his own daughter. He was linking the dots as both a victim and someone who had percipient knowledge of the lack of action that was being taken by Meta to keep his own daughter safe. So, you know, as a non-retained expert, if you will, as a parent, as someone with inside knowledge about how Meta operated, or, you know, in terms of addressing the mental health harms to kids, not operating and not acting, I thought he was incredibly compelling, and it was a great way to start the case. He may testify. That is a completely available avenue. Whether he does in the end, unsure. I think the defense counsel, Meta's counsel, said he was going to testify in their opening statements. The judge may have as well. It's a 5 to 7 week trial. We're not sure, but it is what's going to happen. But it's very possible that he will testify. It's also possible he won't. It's possible. Look, we got a great trial team. We discuss strategy, witness order, what we want to focus on, what we want to respond to, what motions we're going to bring, often in real time each day. Whether and when and if Mr. Zuckerberg testifies will be part of those discussions.
Do you have an opinion on how he would, as a person, sit with this jury? Do you think he helped your case?
That's the same question that I got asked before. Thank you for asking it again.
Let me ask you this about damages. We've heard $1.4 trillion bandied about. We've also heard $200 billion. Why is there such a wide range? Do the states have a number in mind at this point?
You should ask Meta that question. They're the ones who put out the $1.4 trillion number. I think they want to suggest that they're the victims, that they are being financially imposed on. We submitted documentation to the court, both parties did, around the number of young users and what the civil penalties would be. Meta took it upon themselves to start talking to the press about the highest possible number that could ever be calculated based on that data. That's not something that we asked for. That's not something we're seeking. We leave it to the judge, who will decide, who has vast discretion to determine the final amount of financial payment by Meta. And I want to be clear, this is not a damages case. And you used the word, and I think you just meant financial payment. But I want to be clear, this is about civil penalties, restitution, and disgorgement. That's it, not damages. This is not a damages case. And to be clear, we are not asking for $1.4 trillion. I do want to be clear about who the victims are here. Meta is not the victim. Meta is the perpetrator. The kids, their families, the parents, those who no longer have the benefit of a loved one in their life because that kid killed themselves because of the mental health harms visited upon them by Instagram and Facebook. Those are the victims. Meta is not the victim. I also want to talk about the choices, the financial choices that have been made here. Meta made the choice to choose profit over children's safety and health time and time again. They're the ones raking in $200 billion of revenue per year. They're not the victim. They're not being financially imposed on. We will be asking for a significant financial payment in the form of disgorgement, restitution, and civil penalties. That is an important and appropriate part of this case. The judge will exercise the discretion as to what that will be. It will not be, and we are not asking for it to be $1.4 trillion.
That was just a figure that you estimated, and then you're saying that it took that figure and said, like, oh, see, they're asking for the most.
It's a figure Meta estimated based on the number of young users and multiplied by the penalty the penalties available under the unfair competition laws at issue in this case. I think a work in progress is the best you can call these, what we've described, I think accurately, as tissue paper protocols or actions. This idea that, you know, you have some tool that they want to point to that they say is a work in progress that a kid with the swipe of a finger can bypass. I think that's all you really need to know about what they were saying. That's the, you know, they are framing it in the light most favorable to them, and the best they can say is that it's a work in progress. And you know, one of the first two things that they said was, you know, they said that teens have a problem managing their time. They were trying to lay this on the teens, and you know, don't mind the fact that they were literally studying young people's brains to see how they operate, knowing that they react to rewards and affirmation, designing their products to hook them because their brains work like that. And then they're saying, you know, sometimes kids just, they can't manage their time. Maybe they're on social media. That's your best argument. They also said that, you know, sometimes those younger than 13, they lie about their age. So Meta, one of the most sophisticated, most powerful, wealthiest businesses on the face of the earth, is getting outsmarted by 11 and 12-year-olds and can't figure out that they're on their platform and deplatform them. Why? They want them on their platform. They said that 10, 11, and 12-year-olds are special. They say the young ones are the best ones. They want to maximize teen time spent. That's what they want. So they turn a blind eye to all of the 11, 12-year-olds that are on their platform. They pretend they can't do anything about it, and then they blame them for not managing their time. I mean, the gall to come in and blame the kids, the victims, who they are harming, as the ones responsible. I think they got off on a pretty slow foot today, just my humble opinion. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I want to add 2 points. First, as was said, their responses were too little and too late. And second, look how little impact their measures had. Their measures have not decreased the engagement, the amount of time, the nature of the addiction. And the fact that these measures are tissue paper measures or half measures is all you need to know.
And the one thing I'll add to that, as you heard from the witness today, Mr. Bayar, and you'll hear more, is what are they measuring? Pay attention to that. What are they measuring? How do they define it? And is it really a measure in order to hurt folks? Is it a measure to make sure that they're increasing their profits?
Can I just ask all three of you what you see as being the most important feature of Meta's business that needs to change? Is it getting kids under 13 off the platform? Is it infinite scroll? Beyond the money, what is the most important priority for each of you to see the company change its practices?
There are 3, and I'm not sure I can choose. First, stop the deception. They know the truth. Tell the truth. We have a youth mental health crisis that is fueled by extensive social media engagement that includes dangerous content. They've downplayed this harm. They need to come clean. Number 2, they're deliberately keeping people addicted. These notifications and alerts during the school day, all hours of the night, is wrong. It's harming our kids. We need to do better for our kids. And third, we need young kids, those special 10, 11, and 12-year-olds, not to be engaged on this platform without their parents' consent or knowledge. So I don't know I can choose between those 3 goals, but those are my top 3.
I echo that. And I think what's really, if you think about, allow people to make choices based on information that is true. And it goes to that first point, right? We just like we have with the jury, right? Juries are amazing because they think about the issues and they're able to take that information and make a decision. That's what we want to have here for parents and for trusted adults. Make decisions based on facts and not lies and deception.
It's a tough question because everything that we've advanced here is very important. But I would first say stop lying, stop misrepresenting, stop deceiving the public. That's top of mind. For goodness sake, please comply with the federal law that is clear around our youngest children. Stop collecting and using the data of 11 and 12-year-olds. Stop targeting them. Stop pretending that you're not targeting them. Stop pretending that they're not on your platform. Don't let them on your platform ever, and stop collecting their data. And then, there's a whole constellation of features that they've designed to take advantage of the vulnerable young brain, to maximize frequency and duration abuse on the platform, to make kids continue to always want to come back. The ephemeral content, the disappearing content, like Instagram stories, the auto scroll, the autoplay and the infinite scroll, where you can, start at one time and look up, and it's 3 hours later. It does that by design. That's not the individual that's responsible for that. It is being used exactly the way it's supposed to be. So between all the features, it's hard to pick. But the lying and the deceiving has to stop, and the taking advantage of kids' brains and then lying about it in a way that's so dangerous needs to stop as well.
Because Meta's rivals aren't involved in this case, how are you planning on advocating for these design changes? The New Mexico judge was saying they couldn't necessarily do that. It would be unfair for the rivals in that state, that Meta-specific case.
Let me be clear that this is an industry-wide problem. This idea of designing and deploying dangerous features, some of these they're not unique. TikTok uses a lot of the same ones in different variations. We have a lawsuit now against TikTok. So just to be clear, I think over 40 states across the country already have pending lawsuits now against TikTok. Meta is in trial now. So they're first in time in terms of going to trial, but TikTok will have its day in court as well. I'll speak for myself. I'm also concerned about YouTube, as well as Snap. And so Meta has, as part of their self-victimization, or their, calling themselves the victim, has also said, they're picking on us. I guess we're the bullies now and they're the victim after harming all these kids for so long. But we are interested in an industry-wide solution. So many of the things that we're asking of Meta, we would likely ask with respect to TikTok. And we're hoping for some industry-wide solutions. You guys want to add anything?
If we had a functioning United States Congress, they would be passing legislation that would be industry-wide protecting kids. But Congress is not functioning. A bipartisan coalition of AGs are functioning. We are committed to what AG Bonta said, industry-wide relief across the companies he named that protect kids. It will not be an acceptable outcome if we, as I believe we will, prevail and have a meaningful set of remedies imposed on Meta, but TikTok is free to do what we just went into court to stop Meta from doing. Just take that obvious example. So I agree with the premise of your question. This is not only Meta, but it is Meta. We're addressing Meta now. We're committed to addressing this issue across the industry, and maybe someday Congress will be functional enough to pass a federal law to do the same.
Any other questions?
Why Meta first versus TikTok versus Snap versus YouTube? You said, maybe your eyes have a lot of concerns about all of them. Why Meta?
Yeah, someone's got to be first. We started our investigation back in 2023. I think TikTok not far behind. So honestly, it's random. There's nothing specifically about Meta. There was some important information about Meta that was coming to light. The whistleblowers like Frances Haugen and others testifying in Congress. I'll have to go look back about how we got to this space. But we are, I guess, indifferent to who goes first, who goes last. Ideally, they'd all go at the same time, but that's not possible. In an ideal world, they would all commit to the same reforms and changes to all help kids and keep them safe. But we can't wish that into existence. We got what we got. We have a system where you go to trial against one defendant, and then you go to trial against another defendant, and then you go to trial against another defendant. And Meta's the first defendant we're going to trial against.
If your office isn't able to get some of the changes you might be looking for in this trial, if you're not able to get them through the legal system through this trial, are you going to try to do it through regulation if, say, California social media restrictions bill, AB1E passes?
Look, policymakers are seeing the same things we're seeing as attorneys general. And some, not Congress, but some, like the California State Legislature, are acting. I've acted along with them. I've sponsored bills. I've supported bills. Age-appropriate design code, the addictive feeds law, the warning label bill. I've been directly involved in all those. Those are appropriate steps to be taken simultaneously with the steps that we're taking. It's sort of all hands on deck, all tools in the toolbox to address this crisis when it comes to the mental health harms of our kids.
Is there any way to estimate, like, so this is the beginning of the trial, but it's the end of the investigation that goes back 5 years. Is there any way to estimate how many lawyers were involved from the 29 states and what sort of investment the states are making in terms of money and personnel time to make that happen?
I think, yes, it's possible to estimate that. But I do not have that estimation for you. We'd have to dig deeper to find that out. I don't have it at the top of my head. Our team bills hours, monitors the work that we do. We're proud of how hard we work, how smart we work. And I can't speak for the other states, though, so we would have to do an exercise to collect that data for you, should that be something that we would want to share and can share.
Yeah, I don't have the data for you either, but I'll say, when you're working on these issues, our teams are all working on many, to your point before, many issues like this, right? And it informs how you then can go about protecting the public safety in your states and what it is that you look for in other cases, or what it looks like when you are the regulator and in the enforcement capacity that we have across all of our states. So these dedicated teams that are here doing this trial and have been working on this investigation, one of many things that are happening through the course of their careers, through the course of our public service, and it all really just helps to build on how we can keep more kids safe and keep our public safe.
And maybe I'll just say this. There's a number that I don't know what it is about, how many lawyers and team members have worked on this case. Whatever that number is, it's worth it. Because what we're doing to protect our kids is priceless. You cannot put a dollar figure on it, on keeping them alive, on keeping them healthy, on allowing them to grow into happy, healthy, resilient adults who contribute to our society. It's priceless. Any other questions?
How challenging is it going to be arguing about harms without diving too much into the content question? We saw a little bit of a taste of that at the end of the day. The discrepancy between what is protected in Section 230 versus how you explain what is a harm.
Yeah, maybe I'll echo back to some of my previous comments and try to put a finer point on them. We don't think that's hard at all. We're able to make our case through a lot of our case is going to be made from the own words of Meta employees, the own studies of Meta itself. We're just going to show you what they said and what they knew and what their studies revealed. And at its core, our case is a deception case, that they knew about the dangers to kids and they lied about it. And so again, we'll use the words of Meta employees as they spoke publicly, spoke outwardly, spoke to Congress and spoke to others, how they were saying something very different from what they were saying internally and what their own studies said. That side by sides, like one of them today that was put up, showing what they said about how often kids are bullied or experience violent content or other type of content when they're online. It was very different from what their own studies showed. So we have more of those to share throughout the course of trial. And I really think that what the defense counsel, they're grasping at straws. I think it's distraction and deflection. They're trying to suggest things that they think are aha moments, and they're just not. Our case is pretty clean, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. They designed and deployed a dangerous product. They knew it was dangerous. They doubled down on it, and they lied to the public. Period, full stop. That's our case. Anything else? We're focused on Meta in this case. We're not focused on app stores. So I think that's another distraction, a deflection. It's don't look at us, even though when a kid tells us they're less than 13, we don't even allow them to complete submitted that submission to us. Don't mind the fact that we know that there are young folks on our platform, and we're happy to have them because they're special, because they give us more teen time spent. Go look at the app stores. We're not worried about the app stores. Meta is accountable for Meta. What it knew, what it didn't do, knowing that, and how it lied to the public. So we're focused on Meta, not app stores.
What do you think about the comparisons between big tobacco and the settlement in the late 90s with what is happening today?
There are several parallels. First, they're both bipartisan state AG investigations. Second, they both are happening in a context where Congress failed to act. And third, they both involve public health and, in some cases, marketing to kids that hurt kids' health. Think all the efforts around Joe Camel back then that were harming kids' health. Here, we know that kids are being marketed to specially, and it's hurting their health. So there are a number of similarities. There are obviously differences as well, but I do think the way the state AGs as a bipartisan coalition are filling a breach that has been left by Congress to protect our kids is a through line in both cases.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for joining us today.